The hour of 11 a.m. having arrived, the House will come to order. Members will please take their seats. The sergeants at arms will close the doors of the House. Prayer today will be offered by our friend and colleague, Representative Diorsi. Immediately thereafter, we will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. Members and guests will please rise as able.
Please join me in prayer. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, and the knowledge of the Holy One is understanding. God, in our quest to be wise and to have understanding, let us not tap into ourselves or trust in our own head knowledge, but rely on you, because without you and your wisdom, we're foolish and short-sighted. You're the wellspring not just of life, but of wisdom, understanding, righteousness, and faithfulness. With your Spirit, and only with your Spirit, are we capable of manifesting the fruits of the Spirit, the good works that you set aside for us to encourage, edify, and love those around us. As we legislate today, we humbly ask for your gifts. Inform us and prepare us for what we're considering today and all days. Remind us of the gravity and weightiness of not just representing our districts back home, but of representing you. Guide us, nurture us, encourage us, correct us when necessary, and bless the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in Jesus' name. I pledge allegiance.
Sergeant at Arms will open the doors of the House. Members and guests, please take your seats. Without objection, the approval of the Journal of Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026 will be postponed until printed. The following journals are in print and without objection will be approved. Wednesday, July 9th, 2025. Monday, July 14th, 2025. Tuesday, July 15th, 2025. Wednesday, July 16th, 2025. Friday, August 8th, 2025. And Saturday, August 9th, 2025. Colleagues, we're about to recognize some guests in the chamber. If we can have everyone's attention. The Well of the House guest page today of Representative Mandy Steele from Allegheny County. Pleased to have her daughter, Catherine O'Hara, back at the Capitol today to serve as guest page. The last time she guest page was on her 12th birthday. So welcome back, Catherine. In the gallery, Representative Sturr of Northumberland and Schuylkill welcomes the Line Mountain Mahantango FFA chapter of Northumberland County. FFA members spend time outside of the classroom working on agriculturally based individual projects, as well as preparing for FFA leadership and career events development. Members are extremely diverse in their talents, as many are involved in extracurricular activities and community organizations. Welcome, please rise to be recognized. Our colleague, Representative Malagari, Representative Hanbidge, and Representative Serrato welcome the North Penn Boys cross-country team to the Capitol today to celebrate their winning PIAA Class 3A state championship in November 2025 with 115 points. Welcome to the Hall of the House. Please rise and be recognized. In the back of the House, Representative Cepeda Freitas of Berks welcomes members of the Lambda Sigma Upsilon Latino fraternity and their sister organization, Mu Sigma Upsilon Sorority Incorporated. Lambda Sigma Upsilon Latino Fraternity is a nationally recognized Latino-based fraternity founded in 1979 and is committed to academic excellence, cultural leadership, and community service. Mu Sigma Upsilon Sorority was founded in 1981 with a mission to promote academic excellence, unity among all women, and meaningful service to diverse communities. These fine men and women are committed to uplifting Latino communities through scholarship initiatives, service programs, civic engagement, mentorship programs, and advocacy efforts. Please rise and be recognized in the House, in the back of the House. Thanks for being here today. Welcome. Thanks for what you're doing. Are there requests for leaves of absence? The chair recognizes the majority whip, who indicates there are none. The chair recognizes the minority whip, who dignifies there are none. The chair is about to take the master roll. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. 198 members having voted on the master roll, a quorum is present. Chair refers the following bills, which clerk will read.
Referrals, February 4th, 2026. House Bill 2194, Appropriations. Senate Bill 116, Senate Bill 974, Senate Bill 1014, all three education. House Bill 2193, House Bill 2195, both to Finance, and House Resolution 414, off to Health.
Chair recognizes Representative Briggs, Chair of the Committee on Judiciary, who reports the following bills. House Bill 603, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 713, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 1541, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2118, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2124, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes Representative Samuelson, Chair of the Committee on Finance, who reports the following bills. House Bill 788, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2090, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Burns, Chair of the Committee on Professional Licensure, who reports the following bill. House Bill 2163, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Burns, Chair of the Committee on Professional Licensure, who reports the following bill with a request that they be re-referred. House Bill 2123 to the Committee on Children and Youth. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Cerisi, Chair of the Committee on Communications and Technology, who reports the following bills. House Bill 2047, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2048, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Chair recognizes the Majority Chair of Environmental and Natural Resources Protection, Representative Vitale, for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the break, there will be a meeting of the House Environmental Committee in room G50 to consider House Bill 1759 and any other business that comes before the committee.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the Majority Whip for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, there will be a Rules Committee meeting in the Majority Caucus Room at 12:15. House Democrats will then caucus at 12:30 and will be prepared to return to the floor at 1:15.
Chair recognizes Representative Mullins for a committee announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Appropriations Committee will meet in the Majority Caucus Room immediately following the Rules Committee meeting. Members of the Appropriations Committee, please make your way to the Majority Caucus Room. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes Minority Caucus Chair Representative White for a caucus announcement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Republicans will be caucusing at 12:15 and plan to return to the House floor at 1:15. Again, House Republicans will be caucusing at 12:15. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. The House stands in recess until 1:15 p.m. unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.
The hour of 1:30 having arrived, the House will come to order. Chairs in receipt of extracts from the Journal of the Senate, which the clerk will now read.
Clerk of the Senate being introduced, return bill from the House of Representatives, numbered and entitled as follows. House Bill 331. With information, the Senate has passed the same with amendment in which the concurrence of the House of Representatives is requested. Clerk of the Senate being introduced, informed that the Senate has concurred in the amendments made by the House of Representatives to Senate Bill, numbered and entitled as follows. Senate Bill 467. Clerk of the Senate being introduced, return bill from the House of Representatives, numbered and entitled as follows. House Bill 17, House Bill 710, House Bill 1934. With the information, the Senate has passed the same without amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Bradford, Chair of the Committee on Rules, who reports the following bill. House Bill 331, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? It's agreed to. The Chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 331, printers number 2859, on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar B, for concurrence in the Senate amendments. The question is, will the House concur in the amendments inserted by the Senate? The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montgomery County, Majority Chair of Judiciary, Representative Briggs, for a brief description of the Senate amendments.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm going to be a little bit longer than brief, but I rise to ask the members to vote to concur in the Senate amendment to House Bill 331. I originally introduced this bill to provide much-needed funding for civil legal aid by eliminating an exception that would have provided $1.8 million to the Pennsylvania Legal Aid Network. These programs work tirelessly to protect and advance the civil legal rights of Pennsylvanians living in poverty by providing free legal services. By providing these legal services to those in need, the Commonwealth could prevent homelessness, secure vital benefits, and empower vulnerable individuals to take control of their lives. Moreover, funding legal aid to our citizens is cost-effective, with Pennsylvania gaining $12 for every $1 invested. Unfortunately, the Senate removed the funding for these essential services and replaced it with a performance audit to be completed by the Legislative Budget Finance Committee by June 15, 2026. I remain hopeful we will continue to be able to work with my counterpart in the Senate to find appropriate funding for these critical programs. Madam Speaker, despite my disappointment, the bill does still include much-needed support for magisterial district judges' education and training, and ensures that our courts can continue to provide essential judicial services. Passage of this bill is vital to the continuous operation of our legal system. Therefore, I urge a yes vote on concurrence. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the concurrence to the Senate amendments, the yeas are 187, the nays are 11. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the amendments are concurred in, and the clerk will inform the Senate accordingly. The Chair is about to sign the following bills, which the clerk will now read.
Bills numbered and entitled as follows, having been prepared for presentation to the governor, and the same being correct. The titles were publicly read as follows. House Bill 17, House Bill 710, House Bill 1934, Senate Bill 467, House Bill 331, whereupon the Speaker, in the presence of the House, signed the same.
Majority Leader moves to suspend the rules for the immediate consideration of House Resolutions 381, 399. The question is, will the House suspend its rules? Those in favor of suspending the rules will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the question. The yeas are 196, the nays are 2. Two-thirds majority having voted in the affirmative, the motion passes. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 381, printer's number 2698 on page 8 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing January 1st, 2026 as Haitian Independence Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Bellman.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 188, the nays are 10. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 399, printers number 2796 on page 9 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating February 19th, 2026 as Wear Purple Day in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Delosier.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, Chair recognizes the Gentlelady from Cumberland, Representative Delosier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to ask for your support for House Resolution 399, which recognizes February 19th as Wear Purple Day in Pennsylvania. Wear Purple Day has been observed for several years as grassroots efforts by families, schools, and communities to honor Peyton Walker and other children lost to sudden cardiac arrest, SCA. This resolution seeks to elevate that effort by providing formal recognition, amplifying public awareness, and encouraging participation across schools, government entities, businesses, and community organizations statewide. The resolution also highlights the extraordinary work of Peyton Walker Foundation, which serves Central Pennsylvania and encourages continued efforts to protect residents from SCA. SCA among children and teens is rare, but far too often it is fatal. SCA claims the lives of over 350,000 Americans each year, including over 300 individuals right here in Cumberland and Dauphin County. SCA can happen to people of all ages, including children and teens, and even people who appear to be in good health. SCA is the #1 cause of death among student athletes and claims over 9,500 young lives annually. Ultimately, survival rates from SCA are very low, and it is only at 10%. These numbers show why the Peyton Walker Foundation's work is so vital. This foundation was created on the unimaginable loss. In 2013, Julie Walker's daughter, Peyton, who was just 19 years old and studying to become a physician's assistant, died suddenly from cardiac arrest. From that tragedy came the mission to save lives through awareness, education, and action. Since founding the Peyton Walker Foundation, it has become a leader in cardiac health initiatives for young people across our Commonwealth. Their programs include free heart screenings for students ages 10 to 22, including EKGs and blood pressure checks, which have identified life-threatening conditions before it's too late. CPR and AED training for students, families, coaches, school staff, empowering communities to respond in the need of emergency. Donation of nearly 350 AEDs units for school sports, their organizations with nonprofits throughout central Pennsylvania. And the foundation has also launched Pennsylvania's first 24/7 Save Station AEDs and the innovative 4-Minute Community. This initiative, which bridges critical response time gaps and has already saved lives. Madam Speaker, the work of the Peyton Walker Foundation is critical. My resolution honors Peyton's legacy and ensures that other families are spared the heartbreak of losing a child to sudden cardiac arrest. House Resolution 99 does more than recognize these accomplishments. It calls on all of us to support early detection, emergency preparedness, and community resilience. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution, and let's make February 19th Wear Purple Day to call attention to cardiac health. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 197, the nays are 1. Resolution's adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 389, printers number 2769, on page 9 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the month of February 2026 as Senior Independence Month in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Maureen Madden.
Will the House agree to the resolution? On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, gentlelady from Monroe, Majority Chair of Aging, Representative Madden.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, legislatures across the country come together to recognize the month of February as Senior Independence Month. House Resolution 389 celebrates their wisdom, experience, and measurable achievements. I've been fortunate to chair a committee that consistently strives to work in a bipartisan manner. Madam Speaker, this session, our committee has unanimously advanced legislation that builds upon itself to support older adults aging independently with dignity. HB 923, now Act 49 of 2025, extends the COLA moratorium, allowing 20,000 older adults with PACE and PACEnet to maintain their prescription drug coverage. HB 1466 protects homeowners by requiring in-person counseling with an approved financial counselor before a reverse mortgage application begins, so borrowers fully understand the potential downsides. HR 389 remarks HB 1528 offers much-needed support to grandparents who have stepped in to care for their grandchildren. Madam Speaker, older Pennsylvanians have played a crucial role in shaping our Commonwealth through their wisdom, experience, and countless achievements. Supporting their independence is fundamental to preserving dignity and quality of life, Empowering individuals to stay engaged and active within their communities, families, and neighborhoods is beneficial. Recognizing Senior Independence Month is an opportunity to acknowledge how providing access to critical resources such as health and wellness programs, affordable housing, in-home care transportation, services and opportunities for social connection that can help older adults across Pennsylvania maintain the independence they deserve. I would like to thank this body for furthering all of this legislation over the session that helps our seniors live their best life, and I would appreciate a yes vote on H.R. 389. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the maker of the resolution. Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed will be voting no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 192, the nays are 6. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 392, printers number 2781, on page 9 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the week of March 8th through March 14th, 2026 as Multiple Sclerosis Awareness Week in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Rob Matzey.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 194, the nays are 4. Resolutions adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader calls up House Resolution 398, printers number 2795, on page 9 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating the week of March 15th through March 21st, 2026 as Sunshine Week in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Rob Matzey.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 194, the nays are 4. Resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 401, printers number 2798, on page 10 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing the month of February 2026 as Black History Month in Pennsylvania and celebrating a century of immeasurable contributions, resilience, and sacrifices of African Americans in helping to shape our Commonwealth and nation, introduced by Representative Napoleon Nelson.
Will the House agree to the resolution? The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Chester County, Majority Chair of Human Services, Representative Williams.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to talk about this celebration of Black History Month. I submit to you that it's not enough to celebrate history. We must learn from it. And this Black History Month is not just an exercise in historical reflection. It is in many ways a form of resistance and a reminder of the faith of Africans long before their arrival in 1619 on these shores. The Black Church's contribution was a formation of a response and a reflection of a colonized version of Christianity that made Jesus, God, and everything within Scripture European. The Black Church gave America a new hermeneutic, a new system of interpretation. It was through the works of people like Howard Thurman, Walter Arthur McCrae, Dwight Hopkins, the North African bishops Augustine, Orion, Tertullian, men who found their exegetical excellence and their spiritual strength that enabled the ability to see the cross through the lens of the lynching tree. They read the same Bible and saw a God of justice, of good news to the poor, a God who was releasing captives and enabling liberated souls. They recognized that this was a God of the universe and not just a God of America. This was the God of our weary years. This was the God of our silent tears. The strength of a tree is not in its branches. The strength of a tree is in its roots. The roots of Black faith and its tradition saw faith not as a weapon or a bludgeoning tool, but as a way of living, enduring, loving people made in the image of the triune God. They knew that they often would have to respond to the Imago Dei found in all of humanity. We remind ourselves today that we have come this far by faith. In spite of the transatlantic slave trade, Jim Crow, and the bombing of churches, and this Christocentric, bibliocentric faith remains and leads us on. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Philadelphia, Representative Young.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have 72% of Nigerian blood in my veins, and I'm always reminded of our journey here. I come from a bloodline of people who survived the transatlantic ocean, slavery and segregation. For me to be in this moment to speak about our place in American history. Black history is American history, and we are here to tell the story. It may be uncomfortable for some. It is not a nice history to tell, but it is a necessary history to tell because that's what makes America, America. Black history is important because we too had to make sure that we added to the cultivation of how we create spaces for us to learn from one another. America, the great experience, as we like to say, helped us to learn from one another, and we build upon that. So as a proud Black American, I will say on our 100th year here, it is okay for us to say we might not like how we all became in this space, but we need to appreciate each other's presence. So I am the regional chair of a conference called NBCSL. NBCSL is the National Black State Legislator Conference. I am the chair, and we are honoring our 50th anniversary in this state of PA come in December. It's a big deal. And so it would be amazing for all of us to acknowledge in this body, the American experience is not always pleasing to one another. It's not always comfortable to talk about, but it's 100% necessary because we are here on purpose, and none of our ancestors would be okay with us ignoring the fact that we all add to this great American experience. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the maker of the resolution, the gentleman from Montgomery County, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This resolution is 100 years in the making. See, Carter G. Woodson had it in his thought that we would always be mindful of and taught our histories. Challenges for so many, American history doesn't seem to have a place for them. And so what we ensured was that at least 1 week at the time, we would sit back and think about the history of African Americans in this nation. We had the wherewithal to expand that to a month. And so Black History Month will forever be in the hearts and minds of so many of us. It is an opportunity to not just reflect, it is an opportunity for us to learn about the names and the histories that make this nation great. Because indeed, American history has Black history all over it. Whether it was built on the backs of slaves, whether it was financed through our Wall Streets, whether it was stolen, whether it was grown. America's history, America's future is so much the tale of Black history. So on this moment, we think about those who have given their lives. Think about our ancestors who fought to get us to this moment. We think about our ancestors who fought in our wars. Yesterday, we were able to help move a resolution acknowledging the 688, a band of 855 women who were postal workers in Patton's Army. We have always talked about the long, long legacy of those, everyone from the Tuskegee Airmen to even our generals Colin Powell and others. Black history is our educators. Black history is Thaddeus Stevens in Lancaster. Black history is the thinkers that make this world amazing. Black history, though, is also those who are doing the work every day in our schools now. It was, in fact, Martin Luther King coming to Philadelphia for so many things, but he came to Philadelphia at one point to fight for Girard College's opening its doors to African American students, because Black history is nothing if we don't understand and learn our history. Please, for all those who don't take this week, this month, this time as a time of celebration, but you look on it with curiosity, if not disgust, understand that for Black and brown folks in this nation, this has not been an easy road. This has been a weary road that we trod, but we are proud to be here. Our America is a beautiful America. Our history in this nation is hard fought, hard won, and we will take this month to celebrate it, and we invite you to celebrate it along with us. Please support House Resolution 401.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution are voting aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 194, the nays are 4. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 413, printers number 2844 on page 10 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution recognizing Black History Month in Pennsylvania by commemorating the recently passed 50th anniversary of the closure of Freedom House Ambulance Service, introduced by Representative Arian Abney.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Chair recognizes the gentlelady from Allegheny, Representative Mays, on the resolution.
Happy Black History Month. As we mark Black History Month in its centennial year, 100 years since its founding as Negro History Week by Dr. Carter G. Woodson, this moment calls us to honor not only well-known figures, but transformational innovators whose work continues to save lives today. One such story comes from Pittsburgh's historic Hill District that I am honored to represent with the maker of the bill, Rep. Abney. In 1967, Freedom House Emergency Service was created because the existing emergency response system was failing Black communities. Imagine, when medical emergencies occurred, residents were often transported by police with no medical training or by the funeral home ambulances that were never designed to preserve life. People died on the way to the hospital from injuries and conditions that were survivable. Freedom House was a direct response to those injustices. Staffed by primarily Black men and women from the Hill District, with a beginning class of 24 Black men and Black women. They work with physicians at the University of Pittsburgh, namely the father of CPR, Dr. Peter Saffer, and the woman who wrote the book on paramedic care called Emergency Care in the Streets, Dr. Nancy Caroline. Freedom House introduced a radical idea that emergency medical care should start before a patient reaches the hospital. These paramedics delivered CPR, managed airways, provided cardiac monitoring, administered medications, and stabilized patients in the field, care that did not exist in ambulance services at the time. Freedom House answered its first call in 1968, and they answered 6,000 calls in their first year. And guess what? It worked and it spread. They were highly trained, mostly Black paramedics who acted as a core to save lives. So every time we hear a siren on an ambulance, every time we graduate a class of paramedics, know that the roots come from the historic Hill District in the city of Pittsburgh. I want to name those who continue to leave a legacy behind. John Moon, Mitchell J. Brown, George McCary III, Darnella Wilson, and Pearl Porter. I am proud to honor the legacy of the Freedom House and urge you to vote yes on House Resolution 413. This is powerful Black history and powerful Pennsylvania history. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Khan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a little bit of history for you, a little bit of trivia to throw out next time you're at a cocktail party. Here we go. Ready? All right. Where was the first ambulance service created in the U.S.? That's right, Pittsburgh. Right here in Pennsylvania. First ambulance service, 1967. It was Freedom House. And it was pioneered in the Black community. And the reason why it wasn't just needed in the Black community, all communities were being failed. You called emergency services, it's basically the police, they'd come by, they'd throw you in the back of a police cruiser, take you to the emergency room, no care. You just grab you, and sometimes they do that in emergencies now. But our level of care, what we expect, is to have an ambulance to come that will give you care, that will give you first aid, that will give you cardiac support, cardiac monitoring, airway support. And what these 25 Black men and women did, who were pioneers, the first paramedics in the United States, what they did was the first EKG in the field that was read and sent while on the way to the hospital. The first intubation that was done by these paramedics here in Pennsylvania. The first shock, electrodefibrillation of the heart, that was done here in Pennsylvania by these EMS workers at Freedom House. And the first use of Narcan was right here in Pennsylvania in the field by these workers. And the reason why it was Black workers is because as bad as things were everywhere else, it was worse in the Black community. It was because these people, when they called the police, they weren't always greeted with, let's get you to the hospital, greeted with skepticism, greeted with a lot of doubt and suspicion. These were not medical people, and they would say, maybe this person is drunk. They're not having a medical episode. And it was because of that this was the community that needed it the most. But this was the model for the rest of the nation. And I think it's important as we celebrate our 250th anniversary that we don't whitewash, we don't push this aside, we don't shrink from our history, we talk about it, we learn from it. And that's why I'm honored to co-sponsor this bill and I'm honored to speak about it. Please vote yes on House Resolution 413. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote on the resolution. The ayes are 193, the nays are 5. The resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Resolution 409, printers number 2818, on page 10 of today's House calendar. Clerk will read a summary of the resolution.
A resolution designating March 8, 2026 as Charter Day and Pennsylvania's 345th birthday in Pennsylvania, introduced by Representative Rob Matzey.
Will the House agree to the resolution? Those in favor of the resolution will be voting aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote.
The clerk will record the vote. Have all the members voted? Yes. Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the resolution, the ayes are 194 and the nays are 4. The resolution is adopted. The chair recognizes Representative Schweier, Chair of the Committee on Education, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1648, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 1706, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2084, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2152, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2167, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2168, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2169, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2176, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. Senate Bill 375, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Schweier, Chair of the Committee on Education, who reports the following resolutions. House Resolution 396, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Freeman, Chair of the Committee on Local Government, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1291, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 1485, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2146, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2177, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. House Bill 2179, reported as committed. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Vitale, Chair of the Committee on Environmental and Natural Resource Protection, who reports the following bills. House Bill 1759, reported as amended. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes Representative Jordan Harris, Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, who reports the following bills. House Bill 144, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 460, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 469, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 490, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1923, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 1936, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. House Bill 2017, re-reported as committed. Will the House agree to the report? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up Senate Bill 862, printers number 973, on page 5 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill amends the Borough Code to provide an expedited process to fill Borough Council vacancies.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up Senate Bill 997, printer's number 1163, on page 5 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill adds one member of the Pennsylvania Online Messengers Association Board of Directors to the Motor Carrier Safety Advisory Committee.
Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1042, printer's number 1131, on page 2 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill allows state inmates to earn vocational and educational credits against minimum sentence to make them eligible for parole earlier.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Briggs offers Amendment 2431. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to urge a yes vote on Amendment 2431. Madam Speaker, this amendment makes several technical changes to the bill that are intended to help the Department of Corrections implement and comply with the program we are creating with this bill. Moreover, the amendment tightens up the bill by changing the 4 months before parole eligibility to 9 months when credits shall not apply, as well as excluding inmates convicted of killing a law enforcement officer or inmate that has committed a second or subsequent crime of violence from participating in the program. Madam Speaker, this amendment also includes language to exclude inmates who have been found guilty of major disciplinary infractions involving drugs, violence, of sexual acts after the effective date of the bill. Last thing, the amendment makes clear the bill does not confer any legal right to participate in the program. Madam Speaker, we worked hard to develop this amendment with many stakeholders to give incarcerated individuals incentives to participate in this vocational training and educational program. By passing this amendment in the bill, we will make our correctional facilities safer for correction officers, and we will better equip our incarcerated population for reintegration into society. This amendment puts the limitations in place to make sure we provide opportunities for the most deserving and well-behaved incarcerated individuals. I encourage a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 197, the nays are 1. The amendment is agreed to. It's the chair's understanding that all remaining amendments have been withdrawn. Thank you. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1344, printer's number 1533, on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides for K-9 training standards for police officers.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Briggs offers Amendment A00858. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask the members to support Amendment 0858. This amendment cleans up some language in the bill and changes the effective date to 180 days. This change was requested by the Pennsylvania State Police, who provide the staffing support to the Municipal Police Officers Education and Training Commission. I encourage a yes vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Clearfield, Representative Aramini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am in support of this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 196, the nays are 2. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1750, printers number 2821 on page 3 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill provides a regulatory framework for the cremation of companion animals.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Briggs offers Amendment A2436. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Briggs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to ask the members to support Amendment 2436. This is a technical amendment which cleans up some language that refers to a conviction in Section 8 of the bill. We wanted to clean this up because the bill deals with violations of the standards and guidelines we are putting in place for the bill and not criminal convictions. Please vote yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 188, the nays are 10. The amendment is agreed to. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The bill as amended will be reprinted. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2189, printers number 2845 on page 4 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill raises the minimum wage.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Gleim offers Amendment 2446. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Gleim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment, under the current law, an employee under age 20 can be paid a training wage currently if it's not less than the federal minimum wage for the first 60 days of employment. So this is very standard in the construction industry, especially For the first 90 days, they bring in an employee and they make sure that they can operate the piece of equipment that they are supposed to be saying that they can operate. And so I am asking under this bill to still allow for that 90-day period and allow the employer to determine what that wage is going to be. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record that vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 98, the nays are 100. The amendment fails. Representative Ledbetter offers Amendment 2474. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, the phrase "third time's the charm" comes to mind. This is the third time that I am presenting this amendment to this body to consider, and I am very hopeful that the insights that we have all gleaned from across the Commonwealth will aid in your support of this amendment. Madam Speaker, the increase in the tipped minimum wage will hurt the tipped workers it is intended to help. Madam Speaker, restaurants and taverns will have to increase menu and drink prices or add a service charge to pay higher wages. So consumers will ultimately pay for this. The current law, Madam Speaker, already requires that tipped employees must earn at least the minimum wage, and employers must make up the difference if not enough tips are received. Madam Speaker, eliminating the tipped minimum wage will lower take-home pay for these workers, and the workers do not want it. But Madam Speaker and colleagues, do not take my word. Take the word from your constituents. As I have traveled from resorts in the Poconos with colleagues from both sides of the aisle to the downtowns of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, I have sat with you all as you have looked tipped workers in the eye and have said to them that you stand with them, that you stand with protecting the tipped wage. So now, for the third time, we have the opportunity to back up that statement with our vote. Madam Speaker, I ask for an affirmative vote on my amendment, A02474. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Dawkins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's so much to unpack here with this amendment when we are debating that $285 is too much money to pay a restaurant worker. The good gentleman said he traveled the entire state, and everyone making $285 dared him never to raise their wage because they were already making enough money to sustain their household. That is absolutely ridiculous. And whoever you spoke with, I can guarantee you that they did not say $285 was enough to raise a family in this economy. Unlike tariffs, this particular minimum wage bill will not be falling on the consumer. This whole idea that we're going to push the cost because we have to now pay the worker is ridiculous. We have seen record numbers of revenue in this country in these industries, but we have not seen that applied to the workers. I am tired of us siding with business and never siding with the people. We get elected by the people.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
The gentleman will suspend.
I think we have now drifted away from the amendment and on to the bill in chief, which I'm sure will be robustly debated at a time of the majority leader's choosing in the future. But right now we are on amendment A02474. Thank you.
The gentleman's point of order is not well taken. The chair believes that the gentleman is speaking on the content of the amendment, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All of what I've already laid out is absolutely on this amendment around tip wage workers. We live and we claim to be the richest, most prosperous country, but we dare not to pay its workers. It's a shame. It's time to change it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes for the second time the gentleman from Columbia, Representative Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the good gentleman from Philadelphia County. However, the fact remains that restaurateurs, hoteliers, and folks who own lodging across the Commonwealth have asked both sides of the aisle within this chamber to stand with them to protect the minimum wage. And I have borne witness from my feedback, along with all of yours, that we have resoundingly repeated that we stand with them in protecting it. So, in the words of His Excellency the Governor from just yesterday, just because you say it is true doesn't mean that it is. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Westmoreland County, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I must concur with my colleague, because I've attended those sessions with the Pennsylvania Restaurant Lodging Association just even a few months ago. And many members from both sides of the aisle heard from both employers and we've heard from employees that this amendment is needed, that we don't want to mess with the wages of tip workers because it ultimately cuts their pay, because people don't tip as much because they're all making the same. And let me cite history, Madam Speaker, because dare we repeat ourselves. If we look at Maine in 2016, they did it and switched it back in 2017. If we look at Washington, D.C., 2018, and switched it back. And if we look at the blue state of Michigan, 2018, the same thing. So, Madam Speaker, we should protect the income of our tipped wage workers. That's all we're asking. Please consider passing this amendment. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Chester County, Representative Freer-Latin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I spent most of my career in the hospitality industry. I've done almost every job you can imagine. I was a hostess, I've worked in the kitchen, I have served tables, I've bartended, and I've been a marketing director for large restaurant brands. While I totally understand why business owners would not want to have additional overhead to pay their staff, practically it's just not true that people will tip less or they won't tip at all. I was out to dinner just 2 weeks ago with my daughter and a friend. We went to a restaurant in Philadelphia that is already paying their workers in their restaurant a living wage. When I got the check, the suggested tip amounts were significantly less than what I normally would see on a check. And so I asked the worker, do you make the sub-minimum wage and they're only recommending a 5% tip or a 7% tip? Or do you have a different system here? She said, oh no, we make a living wage and anything that you choose to give on top of that goes directly to us. I said, great. And I gave her the highest tip amount, just like I would at any other restaurant visit that I've ever gone to. I have a cousin who works in Washington, who served as a bartender, makes a living wage career over 6 figures, They pay living wages to their service employees, and people still tip. It is absolutely false that people will not tip if we pay living wages to our service workers here in Pennsylvania. And if you've ever been a college student who's trying to make the rent, and you've gotten a Sunday shift in the worst section in a restaurant and walked out of there after a 12-hour shift with $50 in your pocket, you understand why it's important to show servers, bartenders, service workers throughout Pennsylvania the dignity of paying them for their work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 98, the nays are 100. The amendment fails. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader, who calls up House Bill 1260, printer's number 2839 on page 1 of today's House calendar. The clerk will read a summary of the bill.
This bill requires each large-scale warehouse or distribution center constructed after the effective date to be solar ready.
Will the House agree to the bill? Representative Heffley offers Amendment 2468. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment is pretty clear-cut. My amendment adds a definition for PFAS chemicals and would prohibit solar panels from containing PFAS chemicals from being installed in warehouses and distribution centers. These PFAS forever chemicals are in nearly all solar panels. In the backsheet layers and the anti-reflective coatings on the glass, these forever chemicals are an essential part of the durability, weather resistance, and water and oil resilience of these so-called green energy technologies. As we move forward, these forever chemicals, there is no documentation on the content in these solar panels and no standardized testing methods of such solar panels to determine how much PFAS is really in them. There's no proof that the PFAS cannot leach into the ground around there as these solar panels break down. And not to mention the thousands of tons of PFAS containing panel waste that is dumped in Pennsylvania landfills every year. Now what happens is this PFAS doesn't break down and it gets into our water systems. So as we move forward with what many would deem as a very unnecessary mandate, we must ensure that we are protecting our environment, protecting the drinking water for future generations. And if we are going to use this so-called green energy, which I don't think is so green, when we're putting millions of dollars in investments for water filtration systems, when we're mining additional anthracite coal. Thank God for anthracite coal. Produces heat, baseload energy, the best steel in the world, and also the carbon that filters PFAS out of your drinking water. So I would say that we don't need to add this additional burden to our environment by mandating that businesses
be responsible to contribute to PFAS in our environment. Madam Speaker, I would ask for an affirmative vote on this amendment. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative Rusnak from Berks County.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the creator of the amendment and for their interest in the bill. I would like to share that the amendment maker's concerns about PFAS contamination, I share those concerns as well. But I also believe that there are many other legislative proposals working their way through the General Assembly currently that would better address the threat of PFAS contamination in Pennsylvania. This is not an agreed to amendment, so I respectfully ask for a no vote on the amendment. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed. Members will proceed to vote. The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 99, the nays are 99. The amendment fails. Representative Heffley offers amendment A2471. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure that the members of this body don't want to consume or have their children play in PFAS-infested soil or PFAS in their water in their schools. This amendment deals with prohibition of solar panels containing PFAS chemicals from being placed on school property or any proximity to buildings routinely used by children. PFAS, as stated before, is a forever chemical. And as adults, we can choose to take this risk, but we require these children to go into these schoolyards and into these schools. My amendment would ensure that solar panels that are going onto these schools would be the cleanest and safest versions. Now, we're close. We're only one vote away from making this happen to protect our children, and I would think that we would want to do that. And the other burden would come upon the school and the property taxpayers, which would have to pay for the cleanup of these forever chemicals. Now, let me tell you, I just sat in a meeting with the residents in my district, and there were a couple hundred people there because there's PFAS in their water system. And we've had several pieces of legislation on here to create tax credits and programs to clean up this PFAS in our water systems. Why in God's name we would allow PFAS to be placed deliberately on school property in solar panels for so-called clean energy that is anything but clean and is only 20% efficient. So we're not going to produce baseload electricity. We're not really going to help the grid out. We're going to drive up energy costs, and we're going to pollute the drinking water of our children by putting these into schools. And we're also going to burden the school districts and the taxpayers of those school districts for the cleanup in future generations. Madam Speaker, this amendment makes perfect sense, and I'm hoping we can maybe find just one more person to find that common sense and push the yay button. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative Rusnak.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I again rise to let everyone know that this is not an agreed to amendment, and I ask a no vote on the amendment. Just would like to say that while I can appreciate the concern about PFAS, This amendment is looking to be more of an umbrella type of term, and there are different chemistries that are involved with different types of PFAS, none of which are found to be in the solar panels that we talk about. So again, not an agreed to amendment and asking for a no vote. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question for the second time, the chair recognizes the representative who made the amendment, Representative Heffley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Forever chemicals are forever chemicals. They shouldn't be in our schoolyards, and they shouldn't be in our in the children, in the water that our children consume. Vote yes on this amendment.
The chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 99, the nays are 99. The amendment fails. Representative Emmerich offers Amendment A2472. Will the House agree to the amendment? On that question, the chair recognizes Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Amendment 2472 is a very simple amendment. This amendment simply gives the power to local residents to decide if they want a mega warehouse or distribution center in their municipality. These have become problems across the Commonwealth, and the local residents of each municipality should have the opportunity to cast that vote for or against. Please vote in support of Amendment 2472. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative Rusnak.
Madam Speaker, I want to again thank the creator of this amendment and for their interest in the bill as well. But I do believe that our local elected officials best know the needs of their own communities and that this amendment would override the important work done by our local elected officials. So again, this is not an agreed to amendment and I request a no vote. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question, for the second time, the chair recognizes the maker of the amendment, Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, local elected officials have continued to contact us explaining they need more authority and more opportunity to have oversight over these exact warehouses and distribution centers and add more teeth to legislation to give them that power. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Those in favor of the amendment will vote aye. Those opposed, no. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the amendment, the ayes are 99, the nays are 99. The amendment fails. Will the House agree to the bill? It is the chair's understanding that all remaining amendments have been withdrawn. Thank you. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 144, printer's number 2858 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for informal adjustment.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia County, Representative Krajewski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I ask for your support in HB 144, a proposal for expanding diversion programs. One of the most effective interventions we can make for justice-involved youth is the usage of diversion programs. Diversion balances accountability with compassionate rehabilitation, allowing a youth with less serious offenses the opportunity to complete an outline program instead of a traditional sentence of incarceration. These programs are designed to get at the source of offending behavior and often include supplemental treatment for substance abuse, mental health, or family hardship. They provide a restorative framework where the young person can dialogue with the victim to truly reflect and take responsibility for their actions. Diversion has years of proven success. Over 80% of youth referred to diversion programs complete them and are 20% less likely to be rearrested. While some municipalities, like Philadelphia, employ several programs, other counties have little to no options, meaning young people default to probation or incarceration for offenses like underage drinking or trespassing. HB 144 would create a statewide standard for referring eligible youth to diversion. While we acknowledge there are many local actors who are implementing diversion programs effectively, it cannot be ignored that a lack of guidance from our state laws means that a youth in one county may not have the same opportunity for a second chance as a young person in another. While this bill does require the use of diversion, it does not prescribe what route that diversion will be, allowing a probation officer or court to decide as they see fit. As state legislators, it is our responsibility to ensure that every child, no matter their zip code or county, is given the same fair shot. Every young person that is diverted out of our system is a young person that can move on to become a well-adjusted, well-supported member of our society. I ask for your support on House Bill 144. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the ayes are 153, the nays are 45. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 460, printers number 2860 on page 1 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides each school entity would be required to develop an age-appropriate child abuse awareness and prevention education program.
The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative Mary Jo Daley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 460, the work in that is actually known in 28 other states as Jenna's Law. This bill would ensure that millions of kids in Pennsylvania receive age-appropriate, evidence-based education on the awareness and prevention of child abuse, including sexual abuse and exploitation. As some of you might know, this bill simply builds on a program that has been effective in 5 Pennsylvania counties. It's known as the Safe and Healthy Communities Program, and now we're growing it into a Prevention First campaign across Pennsylvania. This legislation also reflects long-standing bipartisan work that started after the tragedies at Second Mile. It also recognizes the all-too-regular work on child sexual abuse happening across the state. Child sexual abuse does not conform to zip codes, cities, neighborhoods, tax brackets. It exists across all demographics. Here in Pennsylvania, school employees already receive training on recognizing and reporting abuse. So House Bill 460 would build on that foundation by including students in prevention education. The fact is, children are being abused, and a big part of the problem is that not every one of them knows it. And sometimes, more times than you want to think, the very person who should be warning them about child sexual abuse is the one committing it. Research suggests that 15 to 25% of girls and 5 to 8% of boys experience sexual abuse before they reach the age 18. And a 2025 study from the Crimes Against Children Research Center shows higher rates when online risks are included. Quiet down. Also here in Pennsylvania in 2024, more than 41,000 Child Protective Services reports were received, with 4,756 of them substantiated. Meanwhile, General Protective Services reports exceeded 176,000, with nearly 40,000 substantiated. While not every case involves sexual abuse, the sheer number of children at risk is staggering. Sadly, children throughout our Commonwealth, whether they attend public or private schools, have been abused or at risk of being abused, which is why it's important that all K through 12 students receive training on the signs of abuse, and for those who are victims of abuse, have access to resources to help them deal with trauma resulting from the abuse. And I just want to recognize Human Services Secretary Arkush for her leadership in shifting our approach to child abuse prevention. Her call for an essential change is reflected in the Safe and Healthy Communities program and in the intent of this bill to prevent harm before it happens. Colleagues, House Bill 460 is about protecting children, empowering them with knowledge, and helping build survivors, not victims. I respectfully ask everyone for your earnest, heartfelt support of Pennsylvania children with an affirmative vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from York County, Representative Klunk.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I truly support the intent of the prime sponsor's legislation, I cannot support this bill because the language remains problematic. I believe this bill raises too many questions that could have been answered if more time and collaboration could have been spent on it. Although the bill was amended to try to alleviate the burden on our schools and teachers from coming up with curriculum, it gives absolutely no direction or parameters around who will provide these programs. The bill contains one brief, nebulous paragraph relating to the program that must be offered, leaving our schools with little guidance to implement this requirement. Also problematic is the addition of non-public and private academic schools. Non-public schools are not required to adhere to the academic standards promulgated by the State Board of Education, period. Private academic schools are licensed and regulated by the State Board of Private Academic Schools, not the State Board of Education. But the bill requires them to follow the academic standards published by the State Board of Education. So the question is, are we creating a new model for private schools by way of this legislation? We don't know, because it is not addressed in this bill. Just more questions for those required to comply. And like I said yesterday, this will result in further confusion and potential costly litigation. The bill requires these programs to be offered in accordance with health standards promulgated by the State Board of Education. And there is no category of just health standards in the board's regulations. Again, more questions, more confusion. Madam Speaker, this bill was a noble undertaking, and I wholeheartedly believe in improving the means to prevent child abuse in our state. Let me say that again. This bill was a noble undertaking, and I wholeheartedly believe in improving the means to prevent child abuse in our state. But this bill is not, unfortunately, the vehicle to do that. With all this unclear language and unanswered questions, it will leave our public, our non-public, and our private schools floundering to comply. So, Madam Speaker, I have to vote no, and I encourage my colleagues to do the same. If this does pass, I hope the Senate will take a good look at this, and we need to get it right. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 105, the nays are 93. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader, who calls up House Bill 469, printer's number 452 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill updates the process for retrocession of jurisdiction between the United States and the Commonwealth.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Regarding House Bill 469, presently military bases in Pennsylvania, being on federal land, are only subject to the jurisdiction of the federal government. Unfortunately, the federal courts are poorly equipped to address cases involving juveniles. But Pennsylvania courts are very accustomed to the unique needs of juveniles. House Bill 469 gives a clear process by which a base's commanding officer can give Pennsylvania agencies the power to adjudicate such cases. Military families should not be deprived of the benefits and services that Pennsylvania has created for addressing offenses by juveniles. I ask for your support. Thank you.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 198, the nays are 0. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 490, printer's number 479 on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill provides for increased protections for journalists.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia County, Representative Waxman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Currently, Pennsylvania's Media Shield law protects journalists from giving up their confidential sources. This bill extends those protections to non-confidential sources or news-gathering materials. This is a standard that is already recognized across the country by many state and federal courts, and this would simply codify that standard. I'd ask for an affirmative vote.
The chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 100, the nays are 98. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. The chair recognizes the majority leader who calls up House Bill 1923, printer's number 2819 on page 3 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree to the bill? Agreed to. The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill establishes the Meatpacking and Food Processing Protection Act.
This bill has been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass finally? And on that question, the chair recognizes the maker of the bill, Representative Jim Haddock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House Bill 1923, Meatpacking and Food Processing Protection Act, will help protect essential workers in this vital but high-risk industry from workplace illness and injury. Workers in the meatpacking and food processing industry frequently experience strains and injuries, chemical burns, exposure to hazardous chemicals, falls, lacerations, and even up to amputations. Many of these injuries are associated with improper training and communication, crowding on lines, exhaustion, unsafe working conditions, and absence of protection equipment. My legislation, House Bill 1923, seeks to improve the health and safety of workers in the meatpacking and food industry by providing safety training for new workers, supplying workplace policy and documents in language that the workers can understand, and creating workplace health and safety committees. Importantly, my legislation carves out a provision to exclude small businesses. This only pertains to employers with 100 workers or more. Rather than duplicating federal OSHA and USDA standards, it simply requires more conversations and collaborations between workers and employers to improve health, workplace safety, and health. This is a very cost-effective way to do it. This bill does not require structural or material changes to the facilities, or does not apply to grocery stores and other retail establishments. Meatpacking and food processing workers are the definition of essential workers, and without them, our grocery store shelves would sit empty, and the Pennsylvania economy would suffer. In the Labor and Industry Committee, an amendment was approved with the support of the minority chairman from York County before he left us, making this bill even better. And I thank the minority chairman and the majority chairman for supporting this bill and making this bill even better in committee. The food workers and meat packers in this Commonwealth deserve to return home from work safe. And I ask the members for an affirmative vote. Thank you very much.
The chair thanks the gentleman. And on that question, the chair recognizes the gentlelady from Cumberland County, Representative Glein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While the intent to improve safety is commendable, this legislation introduces additional layers of regulation in an industry that is already subject to extensive oversight. Employers in this sector must comply with OSHA standards, USDA requirements, workers' compensation safety provisions, and in many cases, all of them already have a safety committee. And I just want to say, if you haven't been into and actually toured a meatpacking plant, USDA actually has offices already inside those large meatpacking plants. I have heard from industry stakeholders that the new requirements may increase administrative costs, which will ultimately be passed on to consumers at the grocery store. Where do you think the grocery stores procure their meat? So it is going to be passed down to the consumer, and our meat prices are already very high. There are multiple requirements related to safety that this industry must comply with, so this bill will just add unnecessary complexity for everyone, and I just urge a no vote. Thanks.
The chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? The clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 122, the nays are 76. The majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence.
Colleagues, if I can have your attention. This afternoon, we have a special guest, if I can have your attention. Seated to the left of the speaker's rostrum is the chair's honor to have some distinguished clergy. As many of you know, today here in the Capitol, we've been joined by folks from the Church Ambassador Network across the Pennsylvania Family Institute, and today from actually Representative Young's district, it used to be mine, but things changed in 2022. We have the distinguished leaders of the Ezekiel Baptist Church. We have Drs. King. We are so grateful for your service in Southwest Philadelphia for so many years. Thank you for all that you've done and all you will do. It's the chair's honor to welcome you to the floor of the House. Thank you for coming and praying with us and for us, because 253 of us need it. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 1936, printers number 2861 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill requires a court to consider the total time a child is securely detained when determining the duration of their detention.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Bellman, the maker of the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I had the opportunity to tour the Juvenile Justice Center in Philadelphia, and there I saw one thing. I saw that young people were wasting their time, and it was because of the state. I saw young people who were sentenced but had to sit in a juvenile justice center because a bed was not readily available in placement. And at that time, that they were sitting and waiting, it was not actually counted towards their sentence. Instead, they were stuck in a strange purgatory of juvenile injustice. Furthermore, I was told by advocates exactly how long could a young person sit and wait and if they were not actually going to placement, and they said it could be up to 18 months, and once again, that time was not counted toward their sentence. This is very cruel and is very unacceptable, and that's why we are introducing this bill today. This legislation would require a court to take into consideration the total time a child is securely detained when determining the duration of detention, as well as the harm caused to the child by separation from family, school, and community. We should be doing everything in our collective power to reduce potential harm experiences and encourage young people to become thriving members of society, not leaving them waiting in a facility until a bed is open somewhere else. This legislation would be essential in preventing extensive waiting periods and reducing harm caused by a child's separation from the community while continuing to promote public safety. I'll urge all of my colleagues to vote for HB 1936. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair thanks the gentleman. On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, Representative Carroll.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. As a co-prime sponsor of this bill, I'm proud to support this legislation, which addresses procedures within the Pennsylvania juvenile justice system, especially how courts review and account for a young person's time in secure detention. HB 1936 clarifies existing law to ensure timely hearings, appropriate judicial reviews, and transparency in how long a child remains in custody while these cases move forward. This bill does not alter standards for public safety, nor does it limit judicial discretion. Instead, it provides clearer guidance so that decisions are informed, consistent, and mindful of a young person's cumulative time in detention. This approach reflects best practices, aligns with the principles already embedded in our Juvenile Act. HB 1936 was developed with input from legal experts, advocates, and stakeholders who work directly with children and families across the Commonwealth. It advances from committee with bipartisan consideration, reflecting a shared interest in improving clarity and fairness in the system. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today, and I ask my colleagues for a yes vote today. Thank you for your time.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays. You have a button? It's not lit up. It's all good. Come on up. Gentlelady from York, Representative Klunk, on final passage of House Bill 1936.
Madam Speaker, I apologize. I swear I pushed the button, but I'm sorry it didn't register. Madam Speaker, I rise today to ask my colleagues to vote no on this legislation. And it's frustrating that I must do this because there is a flaw in the language that could have been fixed yesterday, but unfortunately my amendment to fix it failed. In this particular bill, the court may release a child from detention pending transfer to placement. In the original bill, the language was that the child shall return to court when the placement is available. And that makes sense. A child is released from detention. They should have to return to court to carry out the disposition of their case. However, the bill as amended changed the word shall to may. So now, under this bill, a child is released from detention and they only may return to court when their placement is available. A may, when it should be a shall, and the may sounds like a get out of jail free card for me. So for reference, that language is on page 6, line 6 of the bill. And I just cannot understand why that word was changed. And it could have easily been corrected again with my amendment, but as it stands today, it is not corrected, so I cannot support this bill. And further, Madam Speaker, this bill provides no repercussions for a released child who does not return to court once that placement is available. So this bill gives a child a free pass to not return for placement and puts no consequences in place if they don't show. Again, my amendment would have fixed this flaw in the language and would have provided for consequences if a child does not return to court when that placement becomes available. With that significant defect in the language and no repercussions for a child who does not show up for court after being released, I simply cannot vote yes on this bill. I will be a no vote, and I ask my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentlelady. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? Have all the members voted? Clerk will record the vote. On final passage of the bill, the yeas are 111, the nays are 87. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes the House finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader who calls up House Bill 2017, printers number 2556 on page 2 of Supplemental Calendar A. Will the House agree the bill is agreed to? The clerk will read the title and a brief description of the bill.
This bill authorizes DEP to lower the nuclear facility fees for small modular reactor and micro reactor sites.
This bill's been considered on 3 different days and agreed to. The question is, shall the bill pass the House finally? On that question, Chair recognizes the gentleman from Philadelphia, the maker of the bill, Representative Hirao.
I rise to urge my colleagues to vote on the affirmative on House Bill 2017. I also like to thank my co-prime sponsors, the representative from Allegheny County, McAndrews, the gentleman from Dauphin County, Representative Davison, and the gentlewoman from Philadelphia, Chair Fila. Madam Speaker, I would also like to submit the rest of my remarks for the record. Thank you.
Chair thanks the gentleman. Agreeable to the provisions of the Constitution, the yeas and nays will now be taken. Members will proceed to vote. Have all the members voted? 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 Clerk will record the vote. On the final passage of the bill, the yeas are 198, the nays are 0. Majority required by the Constitution having voted in the affirmative, the bill passes finally, and the clerk will present the same to the Senate for concurrence. Colleagues, on this great day in history, 2 of our colleagues were born. Good gentleman from Bucks County, happy birthday, Representative Stats, and happy birthday to the gentleman from Cambria, Representative Rigby, happy birthday. Colleagues, Chair wishes you a very happy Black History Month. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Carbon, Representative Heffley.
Correct the record. On House Resolution 389, I voted in the negative. I'd like to be recorded in the affirmative. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The information will be spread across the record. Chair is in receipt of a report of the Committee on Committees, which the clerk will now read.
Appropriations, Vice Chair Jamie Barton. Secretary Marcy Mostello. Subcommittee on Health and Human Services, Eric Nelson, Chair. Marla Brown. Subcommittee on Education, Ann Flood, Chair. Eric Devanzo. Subcommittee on Economic Impact and Infrastructure, Zach Mako, Chair. Chad Reichard. Subcommittee on Fiscal Policy, Thomas Kutz, Chair. Charity Krupa. Subcommittee on Criminal Justice, Josh Kale, Chair. Jim Rigby. Subcommittee on Government and Financial Oversight, Kristen Marcel, Chair. Jeffrey Olsummer. Respectfully submitted, Tina Pickett, Chair, Committee on Committees.
Majority Leader moves that the following bills be recommitted to the Committee on Appropriations. House Bill 1042, House Bill 1260, House Bill 1344, House Bill 1750, House Bill 2189, Senate Bill 862, Senate Bill 997. Majority Leader moves that the following bills be removed from the table calendar and be placed on the active calendar. House Bill 562, House Bill 802, House Bill 1291, House Bill 1834, House Bill 2024. For the information of the members, there will be no further votes. Chair is in receipt of a motion from the gentleman from Bucks County, Representative Stats, that the House now adjourn until Monday, March 23rd, 2026 at 12 noon, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker. The questions on the motion, those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the House stands adjourned until Monday, March 23rd, 2026 at 12 noon, unless sooner recalled by the Speaker.